Took me a little bit to get set up here. So I gotta make a small fix to this mold. Well, it's a continued fix. I'm gonna do that first, and then I'm gonna do some casting. I gotta start casting parts for this mono white copy I'm gonna do as a giveaway. Hopefully at the beginning of next month. So I need to get all the stuff done for that, and repairing this mold is part of that. So I'm gonna do this first, and then I will work on starting up those casts. So basically, I replaced a part of this mold a couple days ago because one of these tore off, so you can see the different colors. So I tried to remold it. So I cut a section of this mold out, and I kind of blocked it off with clay and put up this part in there to get the fit, you know, fairly close. So there's a little bit of tearing in here that I have to try to repair. Otherwise, resin's just gonna go down into that space and end up tearing it anyway. So it's better I take the time to do it now than, you know, later when there's more damage done to the mold and it's just a lot more complicated thing to repair, or I just have to remake the whole mold, which is an obstacle when I'm trying to get a set of pieces done in a certain amount of time. So I haven't used this brush on mold lately, so I gotta mix it up. This is just Rebound 40. It's just a little bit more rigid. There's another brush on Rebound 25. It's a little closer to the consistency of this, like the flex of it, whereas this is more rigid. But I like it for repairs because it's a bit more durable. Okay. This stuff will separate if you let it sit for like a while. So it's always good to stir it up again. Usually if I've used it in the last few days, I can get away with not stirring it, but it's been probably a couple weeks. So I don't want to take a risk of it not like setting up properly or whatever. So this couple minutes of like mixing is worth it, to me at least. Your mileage may vary, as always. I should move my thing so I can actually see the chat. Lack of audio? What the heck? Why is there no audio? It shows audio. I don't have any way to test it. What the hell? I don't understand. come the fuck on. Seriously? Jesus Christ. Oh, God damn it. Fucking ridiculous. I hate everything right now. God damn it. I have no way to test the audio. Is your machine? Is your sound off? I have no idea why there wouldn't be audio. Okay. Sweet. Good. Okay, so then it wasn't my end. I was like really confused for a minute. No problem. It's like I do sometimes, like stuff like that kind of makes me freak out a little bit because, like, you know, when everything is live, there's like no way to know what's being received on the other end. Okay, so that's that. I'm just glad it wasn't like a greater problem than just something small. I'm just trying to repair this mold. I had a piece tear off of it, so I'm mixing up a little bit of brush on if I can try to fix it. I mean, it's mostly fixed. There's just like a little bit of separation in an area that I had to cut it away, and so I don't want resin to leak down into this space and then cause like it to tear more later on. I haven't used this in a little while, a couple weeks, so I gotta stir it up. Yeah, this the last time I cast from this with this mold, one of these little balls tore off, so I got to repair that before I can do anything else. I mean, it's like I said, it's mostly done. I just need to finish kind of like the patchwork on it. flustered now because I'm just kind of getting over the audio thing. I know it's like silly, but when something unexpected, you know, happens, it kind of throws you. Forgot to check my stream information and see if all my tags are on there, because that seems to be removed every other week. Okay. This one's a little messy, I'll just use this one. I don't need much of this. Jesus Christ. I gotta calm down. I'm getting a little high strung. Let's see. Like about the same amount of this. Part A. Yeah, that's about right. Should be good. Just gonna stir this up once I clean my tools off. Okay, so it's a little hard to see probably on cam where I'm going to be working at, but there's in here there's like a separation. So actually that's not sweet. Like this part kind of pulls back, and I need to get some of this brush on down in there. And then I got to work the part in to the space so that it cures and doesn't create any like weird spaces or like rises or any kind of anything that would disrupt the surface too much. So I really just need like a little bit. I gotta kind of try to get in here. It's like surgery. I'm like trying to. We should use these instead. I really need a third hand to like hold this thing so I can get a better angle on it. There we go. Really just gonna fucking jam a bunch of this in there. Hope for the best. It's really like that small of an amount too. Hey, what up, Sabretooth? Just trying to finish my surgery on this mold so I can try to repair it. Alright, so there's that. So I gotta set this guy aside for like an hour. Yeah, one of the ball socket things like tore off the last time I was casting. So, which I had a feeling was gonna happen because it happened once before. So I had to try to repair that. Otherwise, I gotta remake the whole mold, and that's a bit more of a barrier. So I'll just use the rest on this. This has been like one of my dumping ground things to use this excess stuff on. I looked into that email thing. It looks like it was because it doesn't ask you to put in your name, so it didn't have anything to like use for that variable. And it was like a thing I could set a default value for, but I just like didn't because I don't know enough about MailChimp yet. But so I removed it for the time being. I have to make some edits to the form, which I thought I could do quickly, but because I'm editing code and have to test it, it's like ends up taking a lot longer than I think it will. So I'll just have to work on it later this week. If I have time. With like all the crap I'm trying to do this week. Yeah. I hate it when my ball sockets tear. Unfortunately, I haven't had any of my actual bodily ball sockets tear, because that sucks. I assume joint surgery is not very fun. Shit. I noticed the Instagram chat is really blowing up. I can't look at it right now though, because I don't have a device I can view it on. Shit. This. So I guess we'll just do what we usually do and slather it onto a mold. just sit there for now. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot being said. I don't know about what though, so it's gonna be quite a bit to scroll back through. That's kind of what where I like prefer Discord, is like it's a little easier to kind of like, you know, see what you missed. Okay. Delicious. It's the first time I've seen pulled a silicone worm out of this thing. Actually, I need that to be open.
Gonna get me down. Been tried and tied, taken from my town. Riders came and snatched that stone, but the hunter come to bring it home. This hell is a home where the fool rides alone. We didn't run, and we paid mighty some. But all that changed when the hunter came to town.
Okay, so that's all taken care of.
Bones living all alone. Whisper sweet with a devil tone.
It goes from like chilly to sweltering in here in like 2 minutes.
Take that train, but it all came crashing down in flames.
I guess that's life in the desert.
This hell's a home where the fool rides alone. We didn't run.
Okay, so I'm gonna get ready to cast some stuff. So let's figure out what molds we're gonna use. So we'll do the torso. Torso, pelvis, and the hip joint. This is going to be a solid white figure. Mono white. This will be the giveaway guy. Cool. Good to know. Let's see, so I feel like that's 30, not 20. So 30, 38.
And the riders' gang was all but through.
38.
Redemption came for the traitor now.
Times 2, 20.
And the
20.
hunters saved this old blood town.
40. 50.
This hell, this
Yeah.
hell's a home,
White prime.
a home where fools ride
forgot to clean this. Shit. Yeah, that was actually, I wanted that when I was a kid. I thought it looked cool, like all white and chrome. I never got Ultra Magnus though. I only ever played with it via friends. Yeah, I still wouldn't mind getting one in like decent condition. I don't care about the rest of the figure. I just want the truck part. Alright, so I gotta put the mold release on these first. One Autobot who never gets pulled over by the cops, yeah. You know they hassled Jazz a lot though. Figure Ratchet was probably safe, being all white. And then Pound was like military, so he's probably good. The minority harassment of the Transformers by the police. Alright, so these are reversed. Oh, is he? I haven't been keeping up. I don't like what they did to the Hound model. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look him up now because I'm not familiar with these changes. They confused Hound with Bulkhead. Oh, okay. So I had plastic rods in here, and I replaced them with these brass rods. I think it's going to be a little bit better. So far, I passed one already with them, and it's been better. I bent the plastic ones didn't align once, and then like warped. So I'd already planned to do this. This was just like a good reason to do it. $20, $40, $50. I guess we'll do 50, and if we're short, then we're just short. Alright, so it's going to be all tasks, so I need 50 mLs of this. All this stuff all dries. 50 total, not 50. 50 per. 25. And actually, this is more shallow. They're the same, 25. $60 ml. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out, like, trusting, like, the amounts that I know I'm supposed to use. Because I second guess myself a lot. I'm always, like, afraid it's going to be short. So I've been, like, trying to put them in an order where, like, if they're short, the one that's, like, the least important is the one that loses out. So then I can just delay it and, you know, add it to, like, another set of casts. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be better about it. So I'll try to pay attention this time when I, like, actually inject stuff, and I mean to, like, I like mentally note it and then I don't write it down. So, like, I fully intended to write it down and then I just don't. I'm not sure how much I need to put in to make this opaque, so I'm going to do, like, 4 drops. This is probably too much, but whatever. Yeah, it's those torsos. Like, I did, like, volume experiments where I submerged them in water and then monitored, you know, how much it displaced the water. And so it said that the torsos were 20, which doesn't seem like a lot. Do you and Downer Energy have to mold to just keep adding your overage to it? Yeah, I usually have some kind of mold set aside, or I stack up, like, enough molds that I'm like, okay, I can just put it into something else if I, you know, have too much. I've just been using, like, head molds because they're easy. So I actually should get one of those out and have it off to the side just in case I need it. Like, I don't think I'm going to go over. I think I'm going to be, if anything, I'll be under. So then the hip joint just won't get cast. Yeah, I mean, I've always got some amount of, like, overage. Even if my numbers are right, because there's still, just like the way that I have to round up and down, like, my measurements for, to, you know, make it easier to just pour into these. Because there was a time where I was injecting, I would, like, use a syringe to pull it from the bottle and then put it into the thing if I had, like, odd numbers. Where it was like, I needed, you know, 34 millimeters. So then I needed, like, you know, 16 and 16. I would have to use a syringe. So I'm just, like, instead rounding up. So I've usually got some amount of excess. Let's see what molds I've got off to the side here that I can use. can do I'll use this sword blade one. So this is like a small mold. I can use up like, you know, 5 or 6 mLs if I go over. Where's the tag? There it is. Because like I'll have to cast this anyway, so having it available now is easier. This mold's a bitch to separate though. So that'll just be the access mold. Alright, so there's that. Syringe ready. Oh, that's the wrong one. How this sword's been casting. Don't think I've seen it finished yet. I posted a picture in that last story. I've got it like bagged up over off to the side. So this is roughly what it looks like. Well, I guess it's not roughly what it looks like, it is what it looks like. They're okay. It's because of the way it's molded, there's a little bit of sanding that's required like along the edge here. But and a little bit here, just the way that I have the parting's a little sloppy. So I would probably do that differently next time. But overall, I mean, it's okay. And then I'm doing the handle in 60D, so it's got a little bit of flex. Because the hands are hard resin, so like they don't flex at all. So I just made this sword handle like flex a little, so that, you know, it's easier to put in and out of the hand. Right, that's all ready. So I gotta put my respirator on. It's funny, like everyone who complained about wearing a mask, and like I put this thing on like so many times a week. Yeah, thanks, Dacidus. I'm happy to have it finished, you know? So, same with the armor. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's also a little surprised how long it took to make, but, you know, I probably shouldn't be surprised. Yes. Alright, so then...
This process has gotten a little bit easier. Just in the amount of times I've had to cast stuff. See, it's like right now when I pour like half of it into a larger container, I'm like, oh no, that's not enough. I'm really I'm always like thrown by the amount. I always feel like it's not enough. It doesn't matter how many times I do it or like measure the numbers, I'm like, it's wrong, it's not enough. So I'll move that later. Off the side. Oh, I gotta almost like jump again. This mold leaks probably the most of all the molds I have, which is a little annoying. But it's also this like soft Mold Star 15 or Mold Max 15. It's not even Mold Star. So it's like really soft, it tears easily. So those two. And then we'll do these two. At least being like all solid white, it's not like I have to worry about color matching stuff later if I, you know, don't have enough resin or whatever. This is the fun one. I'm always trying to get this thing to key in right. Yeah, it's not low enough. I think it's all in. Yeah. Alright, so then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we run out, we run out on this one. I still get like anxious when I mix these together. Like I'm gonna run out of time and everything's gonna fail. Like it's just like an anxiety of, you know, this like time-based material. But it's been okay lately. I haven't really made any like major goofs. So let's see, we'll draw 20. A little more. Get rid of that air bubble. Alright, so I got 20, so we'll focus on these two guys. So this one, looks like we're at about, it's hard to read, right? 10, 11. So that's a 20 again. No, it's not quite 20, but this one's going to be a mess, it always is. This one's 15, so we're at like 12 and 15. So we're at what, 17? Down to 16. So 16 total. So 6. What was that, 5? This might actually be enough. Let's draw a little bit more out of here if we can. So we got 8 in the tube. Yeah, so we got about 8 here. Sorry, time sensitive. Trying to get this all well to liquid. I have less to clean out of here. I saw your questions there, Tooth. I'll get to it in a second once I get this stuff cleaned up. put that in the tank, but whatever. Mark the molds with Sharpie. Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually have a sheet off, like, tacked on the wall. I have a sheet on the wall with, like, all the parts and, like, the estimated resin amounts. So I'm gonna update it once I finish cleaning this stuff up. Because now that I, like, actually paid more attention, I have a better, you know, idea of, like, what the amounts really are. I have marked molds with Sharpie. I've written, like, the names of what they are. And I've noticed that they it comes off pretty fast. So I have to keep a paper sheet instead. But I think if I wrote, like, in the mold box when I'm pouring the mold, that it would, like, bond with the silicone so that it would either turn into a blurry mess or it would, like, be readable. So I don't know how that would work out yet. But right now, just like a paper sheet has been working. Shit. Oh no, watch me knock this bottle over. Should probably move away from it for that reason. What a mess. What a mess. Yeah, I seem to be better about, like, paying attention when I cast. Part of the issue is, like, the alcohol, like, eats away at this ink. So I have to, like, do it while they're still marked. Or I have to get, like, paint or something and paint lines on so I know where the measurements are. I'm just glad that like the estimate was like close enough from those submersion tests. So I really only had like less than 5 mLs like over. So that's pretty good. I'm also going to try to get the numbers close just to like minimize waste, you know? I'm going to have to step away and wash this stuff up once I finish this pass with the alcohol. I'm trying to take better care, like, especially the syringes, because that, shit. Trying to like move too fast. That black ring like deteriorates. So I'm trying to see if I can lengthen the mold. According to the web, xylene based paints and markers are best for rubber and silicone. Mighty marker. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that there was like a specific type that would like bond with the rubber. I'll have to look on Amazon for those. Get like a bright colored one. Because being able to like mark the molds like would be helpful. Because I can put all the stats like on it, you know, that what it is, how much silicone it requires. And then I could just like not have to, you know, do the math and like worry every time that I'm not using the right amount. When I did 50, and I've got like almost 5, so I think I had like 4 mLs I didn't use, so that's pretty good. Come on. Alright, I gotta clean up my stuff, so I'm gonna step away for a second while I do that. I gotta actually wash it. Alright, I shall return momentarily.
Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience. I feel like part of any like craftsmanship is, you know, giving your tools and stuff some attention. Make them feel loved. And they'll love you back. And do your bidding. I should have started doing this like sooner, really. Instead of just like in the last couple weeks. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit more work on that hair sculpt, which is, I don't know, a weird challenge that I like and also feel is a little more than I need right now. But I feel like most of the way through it, so it still feels silly to like stop doing it. There's still water at the bottom. Alright, so that's good. These are all good, as far as I can tell. Let's see, so... Where's that head sculpt on? I think it's in the oven. Yep. Ugh, what a mess. What a mess. Guess I'm just gonna keep on it. Eventually it'll come together. Just need some water. Of course, there's a glob of fucking resin there. Alright, anyway. too much. Close enough. At least like the structure has gotten fairly strong-ish after all this build up I've been doing. Shit, of course it's not gonna stick. Come on. Dang it. One thing I don't like about Apoxie Sculpt is it does not build on itself. Like, it's hard to build a form out of this stuff. It's great for like putting onto a surface, but it's not great. Like, I'm trying to like build volume out of like itself, and it's so soft that it doesn't really do that very well. You can coax it to do it, but it's probably not the best first choice for that kind of task. I'm just trying to fill in around these hair strands. Seems more difficult than it should be. I started with a form, and then I'm gonna end up pretty much re-sculpting the entire form, which kind of sucks, but whatever. gonna try to fill in as much of this space in between as I can. So that silica, that resin's got, I think, a 30-minute, no, its task is 60 minutes, so let's say 315, so 415, that stuff should be done in the mold. And we'll put it in the oven to post-bake it. I'm gonna work on not leaning over. Try to sit more straight. Back gets sore really fast. Yeah, I'm just gonna end up gluing a lot of the broken strands back on and kind of just building up around them. This little space needs filled in though. Yeah, of all the stuff that I've like done in this figure, this is probably the most foreign part for me. Well, I don't really know how to approach it, and so I've learned that the way that I approached it is probably not the best way. And I should kind of treat it more like a one shape, like, or a few large shapes, and then you just fill in small detail around those, instead of trying to do a lot of small details and then filling in around those. That's especially just with how fragile like thin clay gets. The armor was like a different experiment because I kind of knew, like I was basing it off something, so I had like a starting point. Whereas this was like all from nothing. The head was kind of the same way, like I had a really vague idea of what I wanted to do. And then I kind of just kept iterating on it. So I'll probably do the same here. This is going to be what it is, for good or bad, and then I'll just take another crack at it and try it a different way, see how that turns out. I was thinking of doing a Mando-inspired helmet, like in addition to the to the hair. So I figure like it's a pretty straightforward design. I can make some small changes to it to make it, you know, not just a straight up copy, even though, you know, people might want it to just be a straight up copy, which I guess is also fine. Come on. Good thing. Stuff like moves around too easily. They're like, oh, it sticks to everything, which it kind of does, but not like indirectly. Still gotta like build it up slowly. It really only sticks when it's like really thin, like watered down. Alright, sounds good. Sabretooth, thanks for hanging out. This is so much more difficult than I thought it was going to be. And I knew it was going to be difficult because, you know, never having tried to sculpt something like this before, of course it's going to be a challenge. I mean, it's probably difficult for anyone who's never done it before. It's like, how do you sculpt something that's like kind of formless, while yet being a form? Alright, I will put this guy in the oven. Just bake what's there. I gotta take a little bathroom break, sorry. Sorry about that. Alright, so I'm gonna work on some stuff I've got sitting off to the side. I'm gonna do I try to do have a one-off up in my shop, and later this week, so I gotta do the work on that to clean it up, like do all the trimming, sanding and stuff to get it ready for the shop. So it's gonna be this guy. I need I got a dust mask here somewhere. Oh, I do have another cable. Shit. Didn't realize that. Okay. That's good to know. What the fuck? I'm gonna start with the torso. I think it's got the most pieces that need to be refined. We'll be using the Dremel later, so we'll get that thing out and get it ready. So first I gotta trim off trim off these tabs without, and try not to like affect the body itself. Because this resin's like pretty strong, but if you exert it in just the right spot, it'll crack in ways you don't want it to. Alright, so I try to do it like a little above the where it like meets, so that like when it cracks, it like will crack across and away. I don't want to risk the joint cracking or anything. I have a dust mask on if I sound a little weird. So once I start sanding with like the Dremel, it kicks up a lot of like fine dust. This is like a tight spot, so I'm trying not to. I don't want it to crack down this like inner fin. Oops, that one just flew across the room. These are a little thicker, so I gotta be a bit more careful with these. Yep. Still shoot across the room. These are the same, they're just a little easier because they're raised. These tabs here, it's a little trickier because I want the tab to stay there, so I don't want it to snap. Be kind of careful how I approach those. So there's like a little bit of flashing here. Well, it's not flashing, I guess it's venting. There's supposed to be like a notch right there. So I'm trying to preserve that. Sorry, I'm responding to my partner's text. Alright, so I've got some little sanding things that I made that help. I'll try not to use the Dremel too much if I don't have to, because even though it's faster, actually I am going to use it. Never mind. Specifically because it is faster, just gotta be a little more careful not to overcut stuff. These tiny spaces, they get really annoying. This is actually an older Dremel. I bought it at an estate sale, and I like it over the newer one I have because its lowest speed setting is a little slower. So it's a little bit better for this kind of stuff. I'm gonna go with this one first. I'm not trying to make this perfect. These are just an initial pass to get like the big chunks removed. The center peg's got kind of a sloppy vent on it, so it requires a little bit more cleaning than I would like. So those main pegs are done. I'll try to carve away this little flashing here and this vent. that off with sandpaper later. There's a little lip in here I gotta remove. Yeah, in the future I want to see if I can improve this venting so it's a little cleaner. The less of this I have to do, the better. I mean, whether it's for time or just like getting cleaner parts out of the mold is nice. Because the less cleanup I have to do, the less likely they're gonna, you know, potentially have like any goofs from me doing like cleaning. I try to be careful, but it's still like, you know, human error. I take off too much, or it like jumps and takes a chunk out of a surface. All that stuff is like negative. Alright, that one looks pretty good for the first pass. Keep that from hanging off the side of the table. Having a jumpy rotary tool in your hands, like, not a great feeling. As you can see, as it keeps jumping, I'm just trying to take off too much at one time. It's kind of like eat at it slowly. That's right, that's a vent, I can take that off. I'm thinking of the tabs on the other side. It's a little hard to see what I'm doing, but trying to get like so much slack up here so I can have it constantly trying to pull back down onto the floor. It's a really weird angle to try to get in there. Trying to keep it visible, it's tough with like the angles I have to go to reach, and then it's like partially transparent, so it can be hard to keep it positioned and keep it visible. It's tough, these fins are very thin, so like if the tool moves like, you know, to one side enough, it wants to like grip and run around the side, which is why it keeps jumping, because it's turning like that way. I have to get it like low enough before I can do this. Otherwise it creates too much like friction and wants to jump off. I was trying to let it like controlled fall and let it kind of like chew the fin off as it goes, instead of putting pressure on it. Yeah, sorry about the visibility. It's really tough to keep it in the camera and also keep control of it. But sometimes I gotta just choose the, you know, the view that lets me get it done. Could be carved down. Yeah, and then the next one, these shoulder pegs should be a little bit more elegant than they are. They're a little too chunky. The connectors, or the vent and sprue and stuff. I'm gonna bring over the crosses that I'm using on the Glios pegs. I think those will be better. Like, the vent is already a cross and it works pretty well. So I think the fill, the injection point should also be one of those crosses. Shit. Oh, I missed one right there. Got a little bit of sloppy flashing along the edge. This thing, like I said, this mold leaks a lot. So then the flashing ends up being kind of thick. And it's nothing I can't fix, it's just a little extra work than I would like. This is all like just the first pass of sanding too. I think I do like 3 passes. Alright, so there's that. Off switch. So I got a little vacuum here I'm gonna use to clean up all this dust. that. Okay, so let's set those guys aside and grab the next set of parts, which will be the pelvis, the hip joint. Okay, so this I have to just do the same thing. Try to. These vents are a lot thinner, so they come off pretty easily. Trimming a little too high there. I'm trying to anyway. Almost took off a piece of my heart. I'm always trying to emulate like the cleanliness of like stuff you would buy at a store, stuff that was made in a factory. I mean, it's like, it's tough to like meet that, but I like having that goal. Yeah, I'll have to grind the rest of that one down. Good. Pretty good. And later iteration, I'm going to replace this central peg with a brass rod. So that's like another design change I'm going to make. Thanks. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I have some like plans of how I can improve the design of these pelvis parts on like later pieces. Like they're fine, like from a factory point of view, but like for me, like resin casting them, there's some ways they could be a little optimized. So I'm gonna take a crack at those when I do the next iteration, which is a little ways off, but it's good to like kind of keep it in mind. Oh, that reminds me of keeping things in mind. I need to write down, I need to make notes on the resin amount for those parts that were cast. So I need to update. No, I left my dang thing on too, because I don't have the respirator on. Okay, so I'll revisit that, right? So we had, I don't know which torso part it was, so I'm just going to call them A and B for now. So torso A was 12 ml. Torso B 15. Pelvis A 5 ml. Pelvis B 5 ml. Hip joint is 8 ml. Alright, so that's good to have. So I can reference that later. I missed a couple of comments here, I'm sorry. A while back, Sabers who said, can't get over the yellow epoxy sculpt. Dude looks like he just forgot to wash the shampoo out of his hair. And then Dacitus said, it would be a cool way to expand the line, adding horns and other accessories to the helmet. Yeah, I was trying to think of like, you know, other ways I could have different accessories that could like, you know, give different character traits like to the guy, you know. And everybody loves Mandalorian, so I figured I couldn't go wrong there making a Mando helmet. It doesn't have to be like specific, you know, like horns or whatever. So it like feels like Mando, but it doesn't look like exactly like it's trying to be that. And you know, from spoiler for like those who have seen the show, I don't think it's really a spoiler even if you haven't. But like other Mandalorians, like their helmets are different. You know, they all have the same general look to them, but they're not, you know, they're not like all just looking like Mando, Boba Fett. You know, they all have different personality traits to them. So it would still be on flavor to, you know, do that with this. Give them different little ornate things that are on the different helmets. So, alright, I'm gonna buzz a little bit more of the stuff off of this. I got these the fill joints at the top here that I need to remove. These are pretty dense. I could probably try to take that off with a saw, but it's a little thin right now. I think I'm just gonna sand it off, or attempt to sand it off anyway. pretty good. The dust like really obscures details, so sometimes I can't tell what needs to be sanded. This thing being like, you know, the color it is, it's like transparent, smoky, black. Be a little hard to see. I have to clean with another bit and get the rest of that. Need a rounded bit for it. Maybe not. Maybe it's just the back one that I need it. I mean, it probably can't hurt to get it though. Let's see. That looks good. And that'll just take a little bit of hand sanding to refine that edge. I'm gonna say 415 for those molds. Yeah, so they're at 420, so they're probably about ready to come out. That's all like final sanding that will need to be done. I forgot my brush when I was like trying to vacuum that stuff out. Silly. I forgot I can like mute my mic too, can't I? Audio. Yeah, so I can if I use like the compressor to blow the dust out of this, I can at least mute it so not like make it too annoying for you guys watching. Do a quick test fit, see if everything's like looking good. Yeah. Gotta do a little refinement. A couple of these pegs are a little bit long. But like everything, you know, fits together pretty well. That feels pretty smooth. It's like off slightly, but once I mess with the pegs, it'll like seat a little bit better. Because they're not like perfectly straight as they could be. So that's like another thing I'll have to refine in the future. Try to improve like their fit. It's usually these two at the top here are too long. It's a little bit better. Shit, I think it cracked right there. No, that's not a crack. It's a little defect. It creates a little lip there, and then dust gets caught, so that it looks like there's a crack, but it's not. So I'll see if I can smooth it out a little bit. Better. Okay, so those parts are, well, this one needs to be done. Then I gotta take the, actually I gotta do the back side of the pelvis. I gotta be careful here, because if I take too much off, this joint will be loose. So I gotta be careful only to take off the ridge and nothing else. And really, I don't even have to take off the whole ridge, because a little bit of the ridge there will make the fit a little tighter, which is good, because then it's less likely the joint will get loose. I guess I don't know. I haven't like aggressively tested these. I don't even know how I would do that. Some of the stuff I gotta like look at it up close, so it's like I keep pulling it close to my face, which pulls it out of the camera, and I try to be mindful of that. It's just tough to remember sometimes. Because like ideally the camera would be like mounted on my shoulder, but that's just not possible. So this is about as good as it can get with the setup that I currently have. Alright, this one still needs done. We'll try to keep it in the camera view. Trying to chip away at these, it's like venting and flashing stuff. A lot of this I'm just gonna do by hand. It just has more, I have more control over it. I mean, this is by hand, but I mean, you know, without it's a rotary tool. Should be using a round bit instead of this thing. But it's already on here, so that's what I'm using. Hey, I'm Collings. So what I'm doing right now is I cast a bunch of stuff recently, and this is all. So I'm sanding down like all the venting and stuff. I've got a whole figure worth of parts here that I'm working on. So I'm just doing like the first pass on trimming off like excess venting and stuff, and then I'll have to do like another pass for like the finer sanding, and then another one for like the final like polishing and stuff. Yeah, sprue cleanup time, definitely. So I switch between like, you know, the clippers and the Dremel, and then I have some like little sanding tools that I made, just like, you know, pretty basic, but they get the job done. It's a lot easier for like small areas. Because I want to do I want to put this guy up in the store this week, so I have to like kind of get all of the stuff, all the parts ready while I'm casting other stuff. So I'm just looking through to see what needs. What still needs like the first pass of cleanup, and what is needs just like fine sanding and stuff like that. Like that needs a little bit. That could use a little. So I've got some all white pieces in the tank. So I'm gonna do a giveaway. I want to do it like later this month, like so around May 1st it'll drop. And so that guy's gonna be like totally opaque white. And this guy's like a mix of leftover parts I have and some like test parts, which are all the orange things. So some of the folks on Instagram are like, they like all the weird color combinations. So it's like, oh, I'll put this guy up and, you know, see if anyone's interested in him. So it's like cleanup work, sanding, while casting other stuff. Always trying to keep all the stuff like in a queue, so I'm always getting something done. So how are you today? I saw you run earlier. I was like troubleshooting MailChimp problems, just like things I don't quite understand about like the sign-up forms and stuff. So I wasn't able to get on anyone else's stream earlier today, unfortunately. So I need no, this wouldn't work. Yeah, it is kind of like a Stinkor one. He's like this skunk colored variant with like, he's like black and white with orange accessories. My partner saw the stuff last night and she was like, it's like Halloween colors. She's like, that's cool. I was like, yeah, I guess it is. I hadn't really thought about it. I was just like, these parts look good together. Yeah, I find the Dremel makes a lot of the stuff easier, and then I can just do like fine sanding by hand. I'm trying not to take huge chunks out. Yeah, it's funny how much like time all the sanding and refinement takes. Just depending on like, you know, where you kind of want it to end, like quality wise, I guess. Could probably cut this off instead of sanding it. Just gonna smooth over this. I like hate that I put this injection sprue like on the front of the arm instead of on the back. When I was like designing the mold, I wasn't thinking about it, and then as soon as I cast it, I was like, that was dumb. But it's done, so we're gonna have to just roll with it. Try to cover it up as best we can. Seems mostly okay. I just saw that piece off before I try to go over it with the Dremel. Yeah, we'll grab this. Oop. Jumpy. I remember how much work it was, like when I did the run over this last summer, and it was like, I think I spent probably several days just like sanding parts and trimming stuff. And I think it'll be better this time. These molds are better. They're not as swampy. Much less stuff to fix. I like fixed my arm mold. It had there was like issues with the Glios plugs, which are like these little sockets, and it could give me issues with like it would tear because there was air trapped in it when I molded it. So I think I did like 3 passes trying to fix it, and it's finally seemingly fixed because the stuff I cast recently, in the last couple of days, with that repaired mold, the joints have a real satisfying like pop and snap like feeling, which means it's like a better fit than it was previously, which is really good. I need to saw this thing off before I try to sand it down. It's silly to try to sand through this, like, or drill through this big part when I can just cut it off. And then just smooth out the nub. Leave the nub in. This makes such a mess. Wish there was like, I need like a vent thing, a vent hood to suck up all this dust. I end up having to take everything off my desk and like vacuum the whole thing with this little hand vac once I am done for the night. Alright, these parts look okay. What else is left? Yeah. These pieces all need a little bit of refinement, but I could probably hand sand all that stuff. This needs trimmed off. So this guy's gonna have a few extra parts. He's gonna have an extra set of hands, arms, maybe legs. It's almost gonna be 2 figures. So hopefully whoever buys them will take some pictures of all the parts like swapped around and get people interested in it. Well, for those who haven't really seen too many of the in-progress photos. There's definitely been a few repeats on the playlist today. I guess that happens with random. You'd think Spotify would be smart enough to know that it's already played a song on the playlist. Okay, just clean this up. Sorry if I keep pulling it too close to my face. I'm trying to remember not to do that. I've always had that inkling. Even when I was like drawing as a kid, I would be like 2 inches away from the paper. I have the same like inclination when I'm doing this. To hold everything really close to my face. Maybe that's just what happens when you're nearsighted like me. You're just like, I can only see things close up, so I'm gonna hold it right up to my eyeballs. Looks good. Looking good. My man. Slow down. Sorry, sometimes I get like lost in the details of what I'm doing, and I'm just like, I like space out. So I'm like examining every little corner and scratch and trying to figure out if I need to fix it or if I can let it go. So I could probably pull that stuff out of the pressure tank here. Well, yeah, isn't that right? I'm Collings. You're just like, well, people are gonna look at this, so it needs to be perfect. It must be flawless. Yeah, yeah, no joke too, right? Because like, this will be the first one I've put up for sale in a year, so it's got to be like Mwah. Just right. I do so much of it by touch. I'm like touching the edges with like my pinky to like look for rough edges. I'm almost doing it like unconsciously. Did you find that Dremel is it too heavy on the back end? I actually found this at a an estate sale. It is a little heavy on the back end, and I have the cord wrapped around my light on the side here. You can't really see it, but I had to coil it around because it kept wanting to like pull it off the table, just like the weight of the cord. Because it's an old one. I have a newer Dremel too, and I actually like this one better because it spins a little slower. Like it got its lowest setting. I think the newer one I have, its slowest setting is like 3,000 RPMs. Yeah, it is a tiny slow Dremel. I got bits even smaller than this. This is just like my go-to for this general cleanup. That's okay. That's okay. That already fits because I've test fit it. I think this blade is mostly good. This one needs a little bit. Alright, that seems... yeah. This, like, mold, there's like little... there's a little, like, lip on the side of this thing. It was supposed to be all geometric, but once I, molded it, it was a little less so than I would have liked. So I gotta do, like, cleanup on it every time I cast it. I mean, it's good enough. I'm just being too picky. I'm like, it's not exactly perfect. Must refine it more into infinity. They're crazy cheap on the Amazon with a crap ton of bits. Bought it to do my nails and then realized how good it was for toy cleanup. I missed that one line. You were like, there's a crazy tool for nail techs called an e-file. I didn't know about that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because like the weight of this thing definitely is like, you know, it builds up. Oh, that bottom's like off a little bit. E-file, yeah, I'm gonna look for that on Amazon later tonight. Because if I could have like this thing but smaller, it would be better. So that sounds exactly like what you're saying. That thing exists and I just don't know about it until just now. This needs to be trimmed off. This is a softer plastic, so it like it's not quite as easy to do as the harder resin. And also it being thin like this, it wants to like bend. So that was the intent. But it gives a little bit. That's not bad. I really just need to get like the big burrs off. Yeah, I'm really interested in this e-file thing now. I'm always like looking for, you know, better tools and stuff like that. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Throw it up. This one is still rough. I missed a little bit there. Send you away. I don't know if it'll work for your workflow, but very cool tool. I'm sure I could find a use for it. If not, you know, immediately, then I'm sure there's an application for it. So I use that Dremel for sculpting too occasionally. If like I need to, like the Apoxie sculpt is a good example of something that like, it takes a while to sand through. But being able to use like a Dremel to kind of dig away quickly at it and to have something more precise, because like all I have for Dremel is like I have a really small engraving bit, or well, a bore bit. It's like this really tiny ball, and it's good, but it like can jump around a lot, and it can also dig through the space too fast. So I've like ruined parts trying to use it too. And I don't know if this is a duh thing for anyone, but I like made these stupid little sandy things, and I was like, oh my god, why didn't I think of this earlier? Because I was trying to sand like little corners and stuff, and it was a huge pain. But these things make it a lot easier. I mean, sanding little corners and grooves is never easy, but these did make it a little bit easier. They're just shaped popsicle sticks with sandpaper super glued to them. I don't think that inner band needs to be like flawless. I know you're not a fan of disposable, but if you ever come up with too high demand to be making your own sanding tools, there are sanding sticks available that are pre-made. Okay. I know I have like emery boards that I use too. I have like 3 of them, and they're like 2 different coarsenesses. Coarse. I don't know what the word for that is. But they're just like, you know, I buy them in like the makeup section. So I do use those too. I mean, because, you know, like, it's tough. Everything can't be necessarily non-disposable. Some things... I mean, I go through, like, a lot of paper towels, stuff like that. So I do still, like, consume stuff. Emery boards with super teeny. That's it. Yeah, that sounds helpful. Because, like, emery boards are good. I mean, I like them because they're doing exactly what I needed to do. You know, it's, like, easier to grip and guide. But sometimes they're just too big. They don't fit into the area I'm trying to sand. You're just full of tips today, M. Collings. I'm here for it. I like it. Similar resin toy problems. I can see that. Yeah. Not to like, you know, be the like, hey, I have a Discord thing. But the our IG toy community has. We recently, well, I recently created one like a month or so ago, and it's like toy people, like all resin toy people, pretty much. It's open to like anyone who's like fans, whether you're a maker or not. But if you want to like talk more toy specific stuff, it might be up your alley. I can send you a link if you're interested later. I'm not sure if there's a bot command for it yet. I think there is. If you do like exclamation Discord, I think it'll throw up a link for it. I forget. I'm still trying to learn how to bot. Alright, so that guy's mostly done. Joined a ball-jointed doll Discord back in the day, and no one was making them, so I was not helpful. I think it's... Let me see if I can... Discord. Oops. I actually gotta select the text field first. I think that works. Yeah, there you go. It's still kind of small. There's only like maybe a dozen or so people in there, but it's been good. Oh, this is still a little rough on the back end. I started keeping the Discord open in another view while I'm on here, because some of the folks on Instagram aren't on Twitch, and you know, not everybody's like gonna create an account or whatever, so it's like, it's a nice, like, I mean, obviously you know the value of Discord at this point, so it's not like I have to sell it to you. Alright, we'll take a break from sanding. We'll open some molds. We'll open some molds I cast earlier today and see how that all came out. I'll get rid of this thing. Here we go. Let's see. So I cast, it's another torso, pelvis, and the hip joint. It was like a secondary step to trying to get a better definition of how much resin I'm using. So I like actually got more precise amounts this time, which is good. I usually am pretty bad about that. I'll like estimate and then not actually write it down. Alright, so we'll just start with the torsos, I guess. This might need to be baked, but I think it's okay. I think it's been in there long enough. Maybe not. I might have to put this in the oven. I'd rather not deform them when they come out. But I think I can still pull them. I just won't take them off the back half. And then I'll pop them in the oven for 10 minutes to fully cure them. Because the intersection is really what kind of defines the shape. Yeah, I've started like post-curing everything, and it's been a lot more helpful. I should have, like, I wish I had learned it sooner. It would have saved me a lot of time. Oh, yeah, see that that's deformed, but that's also just the injection channel, so it doesn't matter. We'll just cut it off. It's not quite as opaque as I wanted it to be, but it's fine. It'll still look kind of cool being like loosely transparent, translucent. Alright. Doesn't look like any excess flash in there, so that one's good. I could do this one. These smaller ones I will just leave them in and bake them because they're not quite as durable as these larger pieces are. It's funny, no matter how sure I am of like the casts, I'm always a little anxious when I demold stuff. I think it's a little bit of PTSD from all the like goofs I've made over the years while learning how to do this. Okay, that's good. This looks good. Let's pull off some of this. These molds are, these two particular molds aren't the best, clearly with all the like dense flashing. But they are good enough that I'm not going to remake them till they die. So I just work around it. Okay, I'm going to put these guys in the oven, so hopefully I can take them out today. I gotta step away from my desk real quick. If I step away, I mean roll my chair 6 feet across the room. Okay. Well, that was a little anticlimactic, but climatic, whichever. I save all these things. I have like a bin that I'll go into. I even save stuff like this so I can make venting with it. Oh, there's still plenty of waste, unfortunately. Just a side effect of, you know, resin. I'd totally do like thermoplastic if it was possible to do, you know, on a DIY level, but it just really isn't. Not without like, I mean, if you're gonna spend the money to invest in that kind of gear, you may as well just like outsource it to a factory. Okay, well, a little less opening than I thought, so I guess I'm just gonna go back to doing some sanding. But I can at least test fit this stuff, and it should be, yeah, real snug. That's what I like to see. You worked a job once for all day, made thermoplastic pill bottles all day, like literally babysit the machine. I think I'm good with resin DIY. That's fair. Yeah, I've done my share of factory work when I was a younger guy. I think the most boring one was putting labels on boxes. or like not on boxes, but on rolls of like thermo receipt paper, basically, like the heat labels. I just put labels on rolls of that paper all day. Oh my god. These joints are so snug. This is like probably the best that they've ever been. Awesome. Awesome! Getting a better like grip on these things has been satisfying, to say the least. It's so weird because like there's the people or company or whatever that like created this joint, O'Neill Design. They have like a pretty basic website, and you can buy like their little Glios guys. They're like little 2 and 3 inch figures. God, they're probably like 2 inches, but all they have is this like socket joint. And so I like messaged them through their site, and I was like, hey, I'm like interested in using that joint, you know, like, can I use it? Do I need permission? Like, do I have to do anything? Just like dead silence. So I messaged them through like their Instagram, and I I commented on something else, someone else's account who had posted about Glios, and I was like, I'm real confused about this. And so like no one really said anything. One person said that they actually do the engineering they all use the same factory in China or wherever they're made at. So like the factory is actually the one that does all the engineering of the joints into the figures that people make. So you can make Glios compatible stuff, but you ship it all your designs to this factory, and they do all that stuff, and it's all like PVC plastic. So like I never got a response from anyone. I mean, no one said yes and no one said no. And I was like, well, I mean, I'm basically bootlegging stuff, so like why would I, you know, worry about someone giving me permission? So I went ahead and I bought some stuff. I bought like a little pack of miscellaneous pieces from O'Neill's website, and when I got them in the mail, I just like started cloning them. Well, I made like molds and stuff, and it's been probably 2 years of like trying to get through some of my own like goofs and stuff, trying to get the casts and stuff to a point where like I felt it was like pretty good. And because like some of the previous iterations that I've done they've been decent, right? But like there'd be like air bubbles trapped in the sockets, or there would be like little air bubbles that got stuck on the tip of the peg when I would be casting. So molding and casting these pegs was actually kind of difficult. It's clearly not impossible because I'm doing it. But it took me like a year of trying stuff, a little longer than a year, to get them to the point where they are now, where the fits are pretty snug. It's like a mix of like how you mold it and how you design your molds, and also like, oh, am I missing a hand? I think I'm missing a hand. Look at my parts bin. So I thought I had like an even amount of parts. Oh, it's over here. I'm just illiterate and blind. I know this. Looking for things isn't illiteracy. But anyway, so I finally kind of figured out how to mold them in a decent fashion. So this will be the second wave of figures, and hopefully a jump in quality of like the joint fit. That's like a draw for me, though, is like the engineering challenge of like, okay, I want to put this joint in here, or I want it to have like this articulation, like how do I do that? So like that's part of the draw for me, is just overcoming that obstacle to see if I can find a way to do it, you know, at a reasonable cost, at a reasonable level of complexity. So like this was like a new one where I like, because the classic figures have like this buckle thing, and so I wanted to do away with that because I didn't want to try to cast this like mold and cast this like flat thing. So I worked on a design for this with the band as one piece, and it worked out. So I was pretty happy with that. That's way cool. Yeah, I definitely had some issues iterating some of the joints I cast. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I think I've iterated the Glios joints probably like an individual joint probably half a dozen times until I got to the point where I am now, where I've and I did repairs on the mold I have now that these came out of. I repaired that mold 3 times because it kept like goofing up. There would be like air trapped in it, or it would like tear or whatever. So when I make a new mold again for like whatever new part, because I'm not going to remold these, it's like too much work to do it right now. I'll incorporate, you know, the stuff that I learned and try to make like easier, well, I don't want to say cleaner or whatever, but just, you know, molds that kind of address the issues that I was having with like what I learned. Basically, the summary of what I learned was to make like these like kind of socket things. Use brush-on silicone, because you can build it. You can like use a toothpick to get it down in there, and you build it up in layers. And then you can either do like your whole outer mold as that, and then do like a mold around it, or you can roll the dice that it's gonna bond to the silicone you pour onto it, which is what I did at first, and then it did work, and then it started to separate. It would tear because it was a stress point. The stress point was actually the silicone balls that are inside of this. So one of those started to separate. So that's a different mold I had to like repair. But that's a whole different joint than this. But like the principles are similar. So if you're trying to mold ball and socket or peg joints, I like have some suggestions and stuff. But the Discord's a great place to like talk about that stuff. So because it's more like focused on, because there's like we have a big group chat on Instagram, which is fine, but like it's not something where you can kind of save information or easily discuss like topics and stuff and have like resources gathering, because it's just a giant group chat. So that's kind of why I created the Discord. I was like, this is cool, but like it's also super clunky. Okay. Oh, this is a little rough, but it's gotta do another pass on this. The other thing I've been trying to improve is like my parting lines. so there's like less overall sanding to do. So that's been like a work in progress. And I feel like the latest batch of molds have helped. They've definitely made less ugly parting lines, but still not quite where I want it to be. I'm gonna have to replace this sandpaper. It's getting pretty beat. One thing I like about these sticks though is like, and the sticks that you recommended are probably similar in that way, that sanding flat surfaces is a lot easier, because I've found when I try to sand stuff with like a piece of sandpaper, I end up like putting like a curve on it, because just the way your hand moves. So these have helped kind of get me to stop doing that, or made it like easier to sand flat surfaces and have less deformation. That's not quite as like snug as I would like. I think this is before I did the latest fix, so it's a little off. Time is it? 5:20. We got like 40 minutes. Well, those molds are done baking, so they should be cool enough before the stream's over to pull them out. I should probably take them out of the oven. They might cool a little bit faster. Yeah, the Discord's open for anyone who's like, you know, a toy fan. You don't have to be like an artist or a maker. If you just want to chat with people who are like into making stuff, you know, it's cool too. It's not an exclusive club. I have to add a recurring pop-up for the Discord. There's also a Facebook group that I started like 5 years ago. That was like my first toy group to try to get people who were into making stuff and enjoyed indie toys together. It's had moderate success. It's got 100 and some members. Not as much chatter as I would like, but I think every community struggles with that. Especially when you're trying to grow a community. trying to encourage participation is always a struggle. People have like their own life drama going on too, so that's always like a barrier. Yeah, that's why I was given like that feedback to Miko about, you know, the onboarding and stuff, and people's first impressions, because like, you know, making people feel welcome and helping them feel comfortable enough to like start talking and stuff is important, you know, because it's more than just membership numbers. It's if your people don't feel comfortable to like talk or, you know, whatever, then it's like, is it really a community or is it just a collection of users? It's like, I honestly would prefer like a small amount of active users than a large amount of, you know, occasional users, because you just get like a better experience for the people who want to be there. I'm not saying it's like interaction is mandatory, but, you know, obviously it makes everything better when people feel like they've got something to say and feel safe saying it, and, you know, in a judgment-free environment and whatnot. We built one kind of halfway for fun. Most people on the stream lately are the Brendo folks, so it gets used to game night right now. Used for game night. I mean, that's, you know, that's fine, right? Because it's still providing some form of community. And like, people having Discord seems to be like the hot thing with like Twitch and stuff now, which, like, you know, it makes sense. You're trying to build a place of people who are kind of into the same thing can hang out, which is cool. Considering stuff like, you know, places like Facebook and stuff have become so like polarizing, and then there's been like a large drop off and stuff like forums and whatnot. Everything's tied to some social media thing, and Discord's like kind of a pseudo social network. He said it just gets used for Brando and my sis. That's fine. Maybe someday we'll open it up. Yeah, I started this and then I kind of left it like with no one in it, because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to like kind of encroach on, you know, the IG toy community and be like, hey guys, I'm doing the thing. I have all the stuff. I'm gonna have the place. It's my thing. Like, I don't want to be that guy, you know. I want people to feel like they have a voice and have like they can contribute and, you know, present their ideas and stuff, and so it feels more like a place for everyone in the community instead of like, you know, someone's letting you play in their yard. I mean, I've never built a whole community myself, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying things that are in my brain, and sometimes people like them, and sometimes they're like, hey, stop that. I'm like, okay. See if I can put this guy together here shortly. I think I got all the parts I need for the, I mean, he should be complete figure. Yeah, I have another Discord I created for my local game store for our like Magic Commander group, and it was kind of fortunate that because I did that for my old one back in my old city I lived in on the East Coast, well, the east side of the country, and we had a Facebook Messenger group, and so I tried to do that out here, so we could try to put together more frequent, like, casual games. Makes you wish your 3D printer wasn't busted. Want to make more toys? Yeah, I've seen a big rise in, like, 3D printed parts and even, like, complete figures. So there's definitely, like, a growing presence of that. So I've like gotten that question. They're like, why don't you 3D print? I'm like, well, you know, there's more to it than just like printing. You gotta sew it, design everything, and whatever. I have been thinking about maybe using it for like prototyping stuff, especially like hard surfaces. Yeah, 3D modeling is a pain in the ass. It's definitely like its whole own discipline. I dabbled with it like back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. So I like have done some, but nothing like great. And I don't do like, you know, bones and animations. I mean, I could do basic stuff, but so like I have some ability to do it, but not like ZBrush and all that. That's all new to me. I'd have to learn how to use the tools. But I've thought about doing it for like joint design and stuff like that, where I can like prototype and then have those printed, and then I can replicate the prototypes. Because it's easier to do like more precision modeling, you know, that way than to try to do it by hand. Because like this whole thing here is made by hand, this disc and all that, and it's not exactly round. It's round-ish. So I really just have to find something that's the right size, the right thickness, and then use that as like a base to make a new disc. I'm actually going to do away with this anyway, in a way. You know, enough Blender to get myself in trouble. Yeah, I picked Blender back up after like a 10-year hiatus. Probably not that long, but my computer is like 10 years old, so it can't even run the newest version of it. So I'm running like 2.79 or something. I was just using it to try to make a rotating banner for Twitch. So I wasted an entire day on Saturday working with that, trying to get my get all the lighting and stuff right, get it to like render correctly, figuring out like the animation system, figuring out how to keyframe stuff. Like it was a lot. I spent a lot of Googling that day. Then like, okay, I have this one plane that rotates in a way that I want, and I am able to render it out, because I was trying to render it to like transparent background images like PNGs or whatever, so I could try to, because I'd read you could composite them together and make a QuickTime video that has an alpha channel, but I haven't been able to put them together and create that. It keeps getting a black background, so I was like, well, it kind of works, so I'm just gonna shelve it for now, and I'll come back to it like later. Seeing people animate in Blender, I just feel like it looks insane. Yeah, the UI is like, it's a lot. It's crazy with like 3D, because every app has its own UI. You know, they're all totally different. Whereas like you look at Photoshop and you look at every Photoshop like wannabe, and they all have basically the same interface. Every Illustrator adjacent program has the same basic interface. You know, but like not 3D apps. They're all different. So every time you go to a different one, it's like you're starting all over again. I did all my alerts on your iPad and hand animated every frame because it felt less crazy to me. Yeah. I have this little respirator icon that I put up when I'm wearing it, and I didn't have anything to animate it with. So I ended up using Clip Studio to animate it. And I mean, yeah, it worked. It's an animated graphic, but it was like not a fun experience. Like, Clip is cool, it does a lot of cool stuff, but I would not recommend it for animation. Even though it has a timeline. It's like animating in Photoshop. It's just like, you can do it, but it sucks. So I ended up buying, I have a Mac, so I bought this app called Hype Pro. It's like it's kind of like After Effects, but for web animation. So you can animate graphics and stuff like that, and you can export it to like web files, or it exports as an image sequence or a video file. So it has like more flexibility, and that's how I did like all the stuff on my screen, that animated memoji, like right there. I did that in Hype. So if you have a Mac and you want to do like basic motion graphic stuff, it's worth checking out. I think they have a trial you can download, and there was a COVID discount, which I'm not sure if it's still going on or not. But I think I paid $75 for the full version, the Pro version or whatever. It's like 25% off. Make Giphy stickers for IG so good enough? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't made any stickers yet. There's always like something I want that's just everything that comes up is like not quite right. Like today's stream is rather boring. I'm just like sanding a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I haven't learned how to make anything for Instagram. I've looked at their kit for making AR filters, and I'm like, this is probably over my head. I haven't tried making stickers though. That was at 5:37. I'll have to check on those molds and see where they're at temperature-wise. Yeah, it's one of the upsides of being creative, is like, you know, that inclination. You don't find a thing that does quite what you want, and you're just like, I'm gonna make my own. There was so this IG community, we've been doing these don't worry about boring stream days, just chilling, working on some gelatinous chicken designs. We've been doing these creative discussions on Friday nights, and they're like live streamed over YouTube. And so I took the reins and hosted one this past Friday, and we were talking about, we have like a loose agenda, and so we were talking about like the maker movement and how that affected like toy making, and you know, how the pandemic affects that and stuff. And so like at one point we were talking about like creative, like not creativity, but like art in schools, and how it's, you know, kind of not considered important, but how like important it is to helping people like live a happy life. And being a creative like is such like a great thing. because you have this part of yourself that's already attuned to, you know, creating things and trying to bring things to life in some way. And how, you know, that we need to see more of that. Encouraging people to like be creative and to create things and to tap into their own creativity and how to express themselves, you know, through art or making things. Yeah, they're public. They're all up on YouTube, so they can be watched by anyone. The streams are public. It's a Zoom, like the people that are on the panel are on Zoom, and then there's a live stream to YouTube, so there's a chat there, and whoever's moderating it, like, you know, monitors the YouTube chat for questions and stuff. Because we have some people who like, they're like, oh, I don't feel like participating tonight. I'll hang in the chat. I don't have a direct link to it, so there's I'll just DM you a link through Discord, and then I'll make a thing for my Twitch stream that'll like pop it up, so if people want to go check them out, they can, you know, they've got a way to go look at them. So they're not on my YouTube, they're on another guy's YouTube. He started them, but he's like a toy fan, and he interviews artists on Instagram and on YouTube, and he has been a big facilitator in kind of bringing some of this stuff together. So he kind of got the ball rolling. So like I kind of took it and picked it up and made the Discord, and have kind of helped a little bit with the panel discussions and whatnot. I had posted, I think, one or two of the discussions in Friendin's Discord a couple of times, but I was still like kind of new, so it's like, you know, no big deal that it was kind of went under the radar. But yeah, they're open for anyone who's like interested in kind of like toys and art creativity stuff. I don't know. They're kind of like, they're just called creative discussions, so we kind of talk about different things that are related to being like a toy artist, but I think that stuff applies elsewhere, and that's kind of why I brought it up in Friendin's Discord this past week, was to kind of get that ball rolling with, like, you know, digital artists and different artists in different disciplines and whatnot, to see if, you know, get people like thinking about if they were wanting to try to grow their presence or take their art to another level, like presence wise or marketing wise, like what could they do, and try to start talking those ideas out and sharing information and stuff. So that's kind of why I brought it up over there too. Alright, let me just finish this guy up here, and I'll go check on those molds. So I'd like to open them up and start and pull them out and see how they look. I mean, I think they're okay. It's that like, ooh, new toys, I want to see them. I get legit like excited every time I'm ready to pull something out of the mold. It's just so cool to like make stuff. Yeah, that thing is shot. I'm gonna have to replace the sandpaper on that. There's too much epoxy sculpt built up in it. Demold hype is real, yeah. Need some marketing help, so it's a good way to good convo to have. Yeah, we've talked about it in the toy Discord, and a little bit on some of the panels. So those topics do come up because Instagram is such a weird place. You know, there's you like are kind of at the mercy of the algorithm, and how you have to like really push for engagement to get your stuff seen if you're not paying for like boosting your posts, and even that's not a guarantee that like you're gonna see any real traction. So that's been like a recurring topic, is engagement and increasing your reach and things like that. Alright, I'm gonna go yank those molds and see. Hopefully they're like good, because I really want to open them. I feel like they're still a little warm. I think they gotta cool down a little bit more yet. Sad face. Saddest of faces. Let's see. Hey, Malleus. I think so. I haven't cast that mold yet, so I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't able to get it done. It like kind of took us a backseat. I did a little additional patching on it earlier today, and oh, this is actually good. I thought it was too warm to pull. Mem Collings, you were saying, as of today, I have 850 followers, but can't get IG to show more than 150 people my posts. Yeah, it's a struggle. We can definitely talk about that in the Discord. I've been running some, I wouldn't call them experiments, but I'm trying to be more aware of engagement. Because the one guy who monitors, there's so much dust everywhere, who started like the Discord, not the Discord, sorry, the creative discussions. He's all about like engagement and looking at the engagement numbers. So there's been some talk about that. And so I did a couple things earlier this week. I posted a short video, and I think it peaked at like 2,000 impressions, and it was like 73% of these people are not people who follow you, and I'm just like, what? And then I posted another video that was like I think it was a demolding video, and it was 4 minutes, and it had like, I think it got like 900 impressions, but then the stats were different. It was like 12% of the people who saw this follow you, or don't follow you. So it was like very different from the previous video. So I'm not sure if it had to do with the length of the video, the content, because then it also said that a majority of the traffic came from hashtags, and which usually it's not that case. So I wasn't sure what was like the magic incantation that made that one post, like, you know, go out to so many people, especially people who don't follow me. So there's definitely some like things to investigate and try out. But it's very unclear, so it kind of sucks in that way. Yeah, that looks pretty okay. So this is going to be the mono white guy. Yeah, it could be anything. Time of day, cover image. Yeah, I totally agree. That's why I want to like... It was... I guess I wouldn't say it was educational, but it was interesting. It just gave me some things to think about. So, and I'm pretty bad about like making short videos, like TikTok style videos, where they're like less than, you know, a minute. So that's a thing I want to kind of like try to experiment around with. But with like streaming 3 days a week, and, you know, molding and casting and sculpting it, and then participating on, you know, multiple Discords and in the IG community, there's like so many things to like keep going, you know, and so that's like trying to figure out how to do all that stuff while also trying to think about how do I increase engagement, like what do I do to like reach more viewers and people who might be interested in like the stuff I'm doing. It's weird to like have to think about all that stuff instead of like I'm just gonna make these things and you know hope people like them. Hey, I hope you're doing well too, Malleus. Sorry it was a little delayed with the response there. Yeah, this post-bake is like a I hate to use the word game changer, it just sounds so like lame. But I mean, you know, it is though. A game changer. Like the time it saves me, because like last summer when I was making these guys, it was like cast, wait a whole day, cast, wait a whole day. And now it's like cast, wait for their pot, or their basic pot time to like go down, pull it, bake it, done. So if you're casting resin and you're not post-baking your stuff, I would recommend it. Or at least just try it and see if it like helps you with your productivity or, you know, seeing results sooner, etc. It's like a lot of these products, like they don't even talk about it. Oh, that's right, that one broke off, so I gotta chop that. Like a couple of the resins, they mention it, but they don't say like, hey, you should post-bake this for like, you know, maximum speed or whatever. But yeah, highly recommend it. M. Collings, you were saying, gets nuts when you factor in online shops and Patreon and all that crap. Just want to find enough commissions so we can stop stressing so much. I kind of don't really even care what I'm drawing. Hey, that's legit, you know. Patreon is such a weird thing. I don't know what to think of it. Like I think it's good in concept for artists to have something like that, to be supported by people who enjoy their work, and it's like ideally supposed to be about you just support the artist because you want to, but it's got this like air of, well, if you have a Patreon, you have to like offer all these like benefits, and you know, what are the things that my patrons get. So that's like you're creating even more work by having a Patreon. I mean, I'm probably wrong because I don't have one and I don't know what I'm talking about, so, you know. Because I've thought about Patreon, and it does feel that way, that you have to do all this extra work. Oh, it has to be exclusive work to Patreon, so it can't be anywhere else either. That's lame. Yeah, I signed up for Buy Me a Coffee and Ko-fi, K-O-F-I, because they're like Patreon, but they're not like dicks like that. But I've gotten a couple supporters, just like one-offs. It's not like a subscription. I think this is 12, right? 12 mLs for this guy. And this guy is 15. Trying to be better about my usage. So trying to keep track of like how much the molds actually use. Yeah, I don't know what to make of any of it. And I also don't make enough stuff. I'm like, I don't know how I could potentially have a Patreon when it takes me like, you know, significant time to make things. But that's a different problem I have to work on. That's not a Patreon specific. That's a me problem. desk is such a mess. Let's see these guys. This is the hip joint. Yeah, so if anyone's like watching or whatever and has experience with Patreon, good like positive experience, I'm definitely interested to hear like your thoughts. I think you could angle it towards being behind the scenes. Yeah, like that's kind of my whole thing. Videos, maybe classes. It's, I don't know. You're right, and I think there's validity in that idea. I would be concerned because so far, basically, like my thing, other than making these guys, has been that I'm very transparent about how I work. I show my process and what I'm doing, and I show my mistakes, and try to like encourage other people that like, hey, it's okay to screw up, like it's gonna happen, especially when you're learning something new and blah blah blah. So if I were to put that essentially behind a paywall, I feel like that would like, I don't want to say offend people, but feel like a disservice, I guess. I don't know. But I think there is validity. That guy's not quite right yet. He needs to cool down a bit more. The thing should not flex in the middle. I also could be totally wrong and misvaluing, myself or whatever. Can't even see that. I got another pen here that's dark enough. Oops, sorry about that. I think that would be my only concern, is like how that appears to those who've like been following me on Instagram or where I kind of just show everything. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I mean, I assume it does, but I guess that's just a rhetorical question. I think I just started doing this, like showing everything, just because it takes me so long to make stuff that I'm like, well, if I don't show my process, then I'm just never going to post anything. And it kind of grew out of that. I have a feeling this guy's not quite done either. Yeah. Sadly, they're just not cool enough yet. They gotta like fully hit room temp before they're like hard again. They flex a little too much. And I don't want to, I'm like worried I'll deform them. These guys, I think, because they were already exposed, they just cooled faster. Ah, shit. Well, that sucks. Well, there's a lesson learned. Don't cut through the injection channel. Cut off all the flashing first. Well, that'll be a post on Instagram later, or at least a story. Be careful when you cut the flashing off. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. That's supposed to come off. Yeah, it's an issue with this mold. Because the silicone is so soft, it tends to develop thick flashing. And usually, I'm more careful than that. But I got hasty today and paid the price for it. Sad days. At least it's just white. It'll be easy to match. And I'll put him in the fodder pile to use as a sculpting base for something else. Into the fodder bin with you. This resin is weird. It's like really strong, but it's also kind of brittle at times. Anyway, okay. Oh. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I didn't even notice. Just having too much fun. Oh, my back. This needs a little bit more sanding on the back side. Not sure if this is going to fit yet. Now it needs sanded down a little bit. I was worried that was going to be. I think that has the brass rod in it. I was worried it was going to be too wide or make the hole too narrow. So I guess I have to just sand this down a bit, or just drill out that hole until I redesign this pelvis part to support having the rod in it instead. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, it just wasn't quite at the right thickness. Is this deformed? Yeah, I guess it is. Shit. Well, that sucks. Unfortunate. These things have been a little problematic. I really want to redesign these, but I'm just too far into this project to do it right now. Okay, I just needed the top peg cut off. So then we'll test fit this guy to here and this to here. Well, he needs a head. Give him this head. I'll put this guy together. And then we'll do Never usually that tight. I wonder if it's just that leg. And this has the, still has the stem on it. Yeah, okay, so it must just be this. This cast is too big. That's weird. That's deformed, which I don't like, but I'll have to work on that. This one has the same problem. Jesus. Yeah, why are these so tight? Where's the other foot? Why am I missing a leg? I have another leg that matches this. I don't know why it's not here. Oh, because it's in here. It's probably fine. Yeah, pull that film off of there. That should just leave a really slight, like, line. It shouldn't be too noticeable. We'll see how that goes in our next cast. This thing off. See if he stays together, if this breaks. It should not be this tight. Pelvis is going to need repaired. A recast, probably. I must have taken it out too soon. Oh. Nothing? I don't know. The pelvis is a little deformed. So I'm probably going to have to recast that. Blade. That's the wrong one. go. It's Halloween Man with his additional arms. And I don't know where his other foot went. There's another stray foot around here somewhere. Missed the last 20 minutes. Oh, there it is. It's fine. I'm over time anyway. That's the wrong foot. And that's the wrong foot. I always get these things backwards. Yeah, this, for some reason, the black cast legs are very tight. And I just broke it. Awesome. Well, looks like a good place to end. Sure love when I break stuff. Oh, something's wrong with these. It's fine. It's not the first thing to have broken. It's either, I think these sockets are too tight for some reason. So it might just be, I don't know. It's fixable. But, yeah, I think that is like a good stopping point for today. So I gotta redo this guy. Redo, I think this piece or the other one. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was fun chatting with you guys too. And I guess I'll see you on the Discord, Collings. I try to be here Monday, Wednesday, Friday on the same time, 2 to 6 p.m. Pacific time, because, you know, daylight savings time is dumb. So if you want to come hang out, that's when I'll be here. So I'll see you guys later, and thanks for hanging out.